welcome to Kipoerneke's Corner. Looks like I don't have this on properly yet, so there's just a second here. There we go. Alright, made it through. Alright, so I am back over in EverQuest 2, and I'm on Origins server. I'm going to go ahead and log in as Kipoerneke, level 48, gnome Swashbuckler jeweler. Haven't been in a little while, so I'm not really sure what I was doing. I feel like I was over in Butcher Block, but maybe I'm not at this point. We're going to find out in just a moment. Actually, it would have told me if I had looked. Okay, I'm in Nektulos Forest, looks like. Hold on just a second. It sounds like... Okay, I see what's happened here. Maybe that works. Yes, I think I fixed it. Okay, cool. I got some pending bonuses. I'm not gonna do those. We're gonna cancel that. I think that's all really for live stuff. And then, there's tiny writing over here. Should be okay. Okay, let's see here. What was I doing? I bet you that I was looking for the clerics, maybe? Let's see. Mystics. I need to collect 6 medallions from the Gultex Mystics in Nektulos Forest, it says. Checking out the guild real quick. Looks like nobody's on right now. Guild experience 79% in. It's been long enough since I've played that I've kind of forgotten what I'm doing. Everything is going super fast because I'm used to playing on EverQuest Legends at the moment and just kind of going at a ridiculously slow run speed. Much faster on here. I would probably be very surprised if I tried to do live right now. Now let's see if I can remember what any of these buttons do. Vague recollections of them. Huh. Somewhat. This character is a swashbuckler, so there's a lot of running around behind, running around in front. Things like that. Mousing over to see what exactly my spells do. But okay. I think I've got the idea here. To some degree, anyway. Definitely gonna have to, get back into the swing of things. Fortunately, these things are much lower, and so it's a nice thing to start on. I was obviously doing Farsi's special requisition. This is the one that starts on the docks at Thundering Steps, and you have to do a bunch of other quests first, and then it unlocks this one. There are some other ones similar to it that you have to basically hunt some creatures that are fairly rare. And it's crazy that there's so many of these up, honestly. Normally you come over here and you try to get these mystics, and there's like 1 or 2 of them out of this entire area. There's another location that you can get them from, though, over by Namar's Ascent. So, this isn't the only place you can find them, but it is the easiest place normally to find them. But even so, like I said, you normally get like 1 or 2. I have track on this character. I think it's here. Yes, okay. So we're going to look up Mystic. And there's quite a few of them up at the moment. Interesting. I could have just turned around and seen one, as it turns out. Also kind of wonder how many arrows I'd have. Looks like I have plenty. Alright, since I haven't been on in a little while, I probably don't have much in the way of money compared to where I should be at. So we'll see on that. Looks like I'm at 4 of 6 of the updates that I need on the Mystics. And I know that there were a bunch more because I saw them on track. But it doesn't look like they're over here. Got 2 more on track. Let's just go ahead and run over to them. Alright, here they both are, as a matter of fact. Okay, no quest items there, and there's another one. Nice. This is a ridiculous number of mystics to be up at once. I'm pretty happy about it. It seems, I mean, it would indicate that somebody was probably clearing for them and maybe logged out. I'm not sure. But there are definitely lots of them, so... So some of the abilities of the Swashbuckler, you have to be beside the thing. Some of them you have to be behind them, or it can be beside or behind. I have no idea how there are so many of these mystics up. I'm not complaining, but I am surprised. I don't think I've ever seen this many up at once. So in order to get behind the guys, as a solo player, you have to stun them basically, and then you can run behind while they're stunned and get those back attacks in. So that's a stun, and this is something you have to be behind them to use. Can't remember right now what the names of those spells are, or the abilities rather. But that's what you have to do anyway. Hi Frank, how you doing? 4 more days to go, he says. Yes, that would be before the EverQuest Legends goes live. I don't know if most of you are playing that or not, but if you are, I'm sure you're all waiting with anticipation. Right there in front of me. Definitely out of practice, and as some of you know, I've mentioned many times, of all of the different classes, Scout is my least favorite. Swashbuckler is... I'm going to say that I probably like Swashbuckler. Maybe I like Swashbuckler more than I like Ranger, possibly. I'm not sure. I'm not a huge fan of Ranger. Troubadour's okay. Troubadour's not really like a Scout. Dirge is okay. Same kind of thing. Frank says, I can't wait. Didn't mean to hijack the EQ2 stuff. I played it for about 7 months back in 2007, but it just wasn't as good as EQ1 to me. So I would say that they're very different games. They're just so very different that I don't know that they can be compared in those terms. I guess the whole idea of them is different. I don't need any more mystics. This one, I tracked one down. But believe it or not, I actually finished my quest for the mystics. Who would have thought? Let's see. The only thing I have left here is speaking. Okay, now the Witch's Key that goes to Cauldron Hollow. Cauldron Hollow is a raid zone. I can't do it by myself. So there's no sense in trying to go into there. I could show you where the door is, but it would be pointless to go in. I would simply die. I would need at least, probably, I imagine 3 of us could do it, because I think it's a, I feel like it's a by 2 raid zone, and, it's lower level. So if I had 2 other people come along, then, I could probably do that. I do want to kill some of these, shadowed men, because they drop the lore and legend stuff. And I think I still need the pieces for that. I'm not 100% sure. I may already have them, but I don't think that I do. But yeah, so I'll mostly head toward the docks and go turn in that stuff. But I'll check and see. Do I have the lore and legend here category? And we'll go down to lore and legend Yes, I am still on the Shadow Man quest. Looks like I only need one more part, and it's an auto update, I think. So that should be nice. Let's go back to current zone, and we'll see if we can knock this out with the Shadow Men available. Frank says we chatted about it briefly. I was the warlock, and it was good for raids with AoE damage, but seemed boring. Right? Yes, you had indicated that that was maybe not what would have gone best for your class, or for your not for your class, but for your preferences. I feel like you probably would have enjoyed possibly the Coercer better. I feel like maybe Coercer or Illusionist would have been more your cup of tea from what you talked about. As Warlock goes, I have a Warlock, but I never really was into the Warlock. I think I have a level 100 Warlock, something like that. I don't think I ever raised her from 100, not that I recall. But I do have one, and it's so Warlock and Wizard are very similar. Warlock is basically the AoE version, and Wizard is the more single target version. And that was kind of the intention from the start. The Warlock was the evil side, and the Wizard was the good side. I'm not sure what about AoE speaks evil, and what about single target speaks good, but nonetheless, that's just kind of the way it is. We got our updates here, so let's go on back out, and we're going to head over to the docks, which are over to the west. See where the blinky book is? That's where the docks are. Might be called Port Nathex, something like that. Frank says, weird thing is, I felt naked without feigned death. Interesting. A little bit, too much for you, huh? Now, if you wanted feigned death, you could have done, various scouts, okay, so there's this other thing on live. It's actually on here. I think at this point, I'm not sure what expansion we're on right now in the Origins server, because I haven't been in a little while. But I feel like if it's up to level 80, for sure, then there's a feigned death that you can make with tinkering, so anybody can use it, and it's one of those percentage type things. Sometimes you feign death. Sometimes, it kills you, basically. So you've got a chance to do either one. And that's a fun and entertaining way to play. Yeah, I used that on my Guardian for a long time. And it's very interesting. And you can use it, with greatest effect when it looks like my guy is under the water. When you're playing solo. There's Taskmaster Dizron down here. So whenever you go to where the person is, an NPC, and you don't see them, often it means they fell through the earth. So now see, I've hailed them, and as soon as you do that, then they'll pop up to the top of wherever they're actually supposed to be. And that means now he's up on the docks. We've turned in our thing. I've fulfilled the needs of the Farsi's requisition and been paid for my work. We'll accept this Inquisitor helm here. And then I'm going to run back around and go up the ramp and go over to where he's now standing. Frank says, if I ever play EQ2 again, I'll hit you up for some good advice. Take care. See you on Tuesday in EQL. Absolutely, Frank. Let's talk to Taskmaster Dezron here and see what he has to say. He says, are you interested in taking on any special contracts, Inquisitor? I say, yes, I'm interested in the contract. What is it? He says, excellent. This next contract requires you to collect some comparison data of the undead in several lands. You're not scared of the undead, are you? I say, I've seen more than my fair share of undead. Bring it on. Didn't we just kill a bunch of undead mystics? I mean, come on. Give me a break. He says, I expected you to say that. Here's the special requisition. Just gather all that's listed and bring it back to me. You'll be paid as you have been in the past. And I say, don't worry, I'll be back soon. So, he wants 12 pristine stitches from the Patchwork Min. I need to make a rubbing of the fallen marker near Bone Lake in Nektulos. And I need to collect 18 globs of ectoplasm from the Warlock Orbs in the Thundering Steppes. Interesting. Alright, pristine stitches from Patchwork Min, Bone Lake in Nektulos, and globs of ectoplasm from Warlock Orbs. Let's go first over to Bone Lake, because that's simple enough. We can just fly over there and get our update. Rubbing of a fallen marker.
Salutations.
Let me see if I can remember where that is. Let's go first to the Mars Ascent, and then we're going to fly to Bone Lake after that. So here's a nice visual for you as we fly along. All right. Off to the left is where we were a moment ago. That's Gulthek's Citadel over there. There used to be owlbears in this area right here that would just roam all over the place. They're very aggressive, and they're very close to the path. There were also firelight shrillers that would come and attack you. And so if you tried to go across this area, say you wanted to go from Nektulos Forest over to Thundering Steppes, for instance, and maybe you were a lower level, right? So maybe you're level 12 or 13, and you're just trying to get from Freeport over to Antonica, you would have to run through Thundering Steppes, which was not a problem, but then you would have to run also through Nektulos Forest, which definitely was a problem, because the owlbears would come and just eat your lunch if you weren't paying very good attention to what was going around you. If you were between the levels of, say, like if you were level 13 or below and you tried to make the run, you were very, very likely to die at least one time. And it would be primarily on that path right there that we just went by, because of the owlbears and those firelight shrillers. But they made an update at some point, and they took the owlbears, they put them in a different area, and they also took away the firelight shrillers, and they just sort of moved things around so it was an easier run for people to get through. Which I really kind of miss it being more dangerous, because it was a little, I don't know, I like to do things like that. You know, I like to try to get through areas that are not easy to get through. So, it sort of took away some of the challenge, in my opinion, of making that run at low levels. At some point, maybe I'll make a character. I used to have a few different characters that I leveled up only in crafting, and I kept their adventure level low. And when you do that and you're harvesting all your own stuff, it can be it makes harvesting very interesting, I'll just say that. Because you have to just constantly be aware of your surroundings and on guard. It's fun. Let's see now. We need the marker. A fallen marker near Bone Lake in Nektulos. Okay. I don't remember for sure where that is, so we're going to run around and see if we can find it. I suspect that it's going to be over here to the northwest area, but I don't know that for sure. There's only one way. Well, there's more than one way. I could actually use the map, but instead I was just correct. Make a rubbing note here, and got that update, no problem. The next thing we need is the Patchwork Men. The Patchwork Men are over here toward Neck Castle. So we're gonna just run. So we gotta go down this way, and then we go around to where this is lighting up this path. There's a house over it, and then they're gonna be over along this path here. Fantastic. So we could take the, and I guess I will. I'll go ahead and take the Griffin and jump off partway. Zoom in a little bit here. I'm not going to take the Griffin very far. Doesn't kind of goes the wrong way a little bit first, but it turns around, and then we're going to jump off a little before here. And then we'll run toward the east and be able to pick up some of these patchwork guys. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and jump right here. And then we're going to try to find some patchwork men, which is much easier as a scout because we have track. And we can just type in PAT and then find the one closest to us. But we don't even need to because they're actually just all over the place in this area. Not particularly difficult to find. Flesh gargoyles and patchwork men, and then the rotting zombies, I think they're called, are what you're going to find along this path. And each one of them is a placeholder for each other one. So whichever one you're killing can spawn either of the other two in its place. Often I will, you know, clear everything if I'm looking for one thing. And that way, you know, you get a good repop distribution. That's another thing you have to do as a scout. You have to, some of your things you can only do while you're invisible, so you have to go invisible during combat pretty often so that you can cast your various spells. I know that scouts are a thing that some people really love to play because of how, you know, how much of the sort of positional fighting you have to do. But for me, nah, I'd rather not. I like to not have to move around so much. And, you know, part of it too is, as I've mentioned, I'm not especially visual. And so it's not always easy for me to notice things about, you know, visual elements, we'll just say that. Let's see, none of my people are on at the moment, it looks like. That's too bad. We have 4 of the 12 patchwork men that we need for this quest. Moving along. This one is one they have to be facing you. You see the thing here, it says must be in front of or flanking. So you've got that, then you've got like this, not this one, hold on, this one. Must be flanking or behind. And then, so I try to put the stun right beside the things where you have to be flanking or behind. And, you know, the way I arrange it on my bars is so that it's easy to get that. Same with like the HO there. So you start a heroic opportunity and certain things will flash and then certain things can forward that to the next level. So I like to keep the things that start the heroic opportunity close together so that I can pretty easily progress the HO to the next level. And I've got like a macro on Lilo here because you have to be sneaking to use it. And so I have it macroed so that if I click that button, then it will first cast whatever the first invis is that I have available that's the best one. And then If that one's down, it'll try to cast the next one. And then cast Lego. Makes life a little bit easier. I'm just frozen there for a whole second. I see that the stream also did the freezing, so I would assume that was the internet having an issue. Unfortunate. Got one 8 of 12 of those. Just a few more to go, and we'll be done with those guys. I'm getting a little bit low on mana here. I do have some drink. Auto consume is on my food and drink. So I'm just using too much using too many abilities to keep up with the regen on them, even with the drink going, I suppose. I don't know if I have good drinking. Let's check. Level 50, yes, that's good enough. It's as good as needs to be anyway. At this point in the game, there is rare food and drink that you can make, and I did make a little bit of it, but I didn't make too much of it. Now, there are some patchwork men who are heroic inside the, like, this area, a little further in. But I'm going to go for the ones that are not, because they're faster and easier to kill. So, we're going to try that. Try to find some of those guys over here, instead of moving forward into that area there. The next thing after that is the Warlock Orbs in Thundering Steps. If I want to go to that next. You know, really, I should have spoken to our key at the gates of Cauldron Hollow. That would have been a smart move. Because, you know, it's a possibility that they would have sent me over here for something next. I don't know which step I'm on of that quest. Let's see here. I don't see him flashing on my map, but I believe that he's over by the gates to Common Lands. See if we can find. It looks like I just need one more patchwork man. And there he is. All right, awesome. All right. Didn't find any quest items from him. But that's all right. There are more of them. I don't know if you guys can hear the background noise, but I'm at my son's cards and comics shop, and so there's been people coming in and out, talking in the next room, you know, all that. You may be hearing some of that, you may not, I don't know. But if so, that's what it's all about. We're going to run over to this area right here, Namar's Ascent Griffin Tower Station, and take that over to the Common Land Station, and we're going to try to find Arcus over there. But hey, here we have an Eventide Stone. And I like to get the rocks whenever I have the time and the inclination, because they come in handy when you're crafting stuff. This is one of the huge differences that I've seen between EverQuest Legends and EverQuest 2, and it's that there's this Okay, so here we have a bunch of things that we gather along the way. And it doesn't require any fighting or anything. It's just gathering stuff that's lying around. Mr. Steel Rose says, "Hello, what's your name? Is it Haim or is it Hame? How do you pronounce that? I am, game name is Kipoerneke. Real name is Laura. Nice to meet you." All right, so we're coming along here and should be coming up on the Griffin Tower station in just a moment over on the left. On the other side of the Griffin Tower station, if you continue forward, you run into a like a huge ramp. See, this is the beginning of it right here. This is the top. And it's got some skeletons down the ramp, but I'll just show you what the overlook is like. So we're this far up. The ground is way down there. And as a scout with high safe fall, I could jump off of there if I wanted to and do pretty decently. But right now, I'm just going to run over here and head over to Common Station and see if old Arcus is there. Mr. Steelrose says I meant name in-game. Yes, in-game it's Kipoerneke. Can you not? You can't see my name, can you? How interesting. I don't have it in the location that you guys can see. Let me see if I can move some of this stuff down so that you can. All right, let's see. Pressing the wrong button. There we go. So we'll just try moving everything a little bit down here. And now I think you can see, right? But yeah, all right, so here we go. And as I recall, Arcus is over to the east side of the Griffin Tower. And I might be wrong because he actually could be, you know, I may be thinking of the wrong guy. Mr. Steelrose said my character name is Bangina in Trickster's Guild. Cool, cool. All right, let's see if we can find... Okay, I think I was thinking of Thirol, the nomad. Now, is Arcus... Okay, we're going to run over this way. There's one guy. Let's click on the skeleton here. Lean toward the skeleton. And you no longer hear a voice coming from the skeleton. Isn't that nice? All right, where the heck is Arcus? So there's one dude... who spawns over at Nektulos Castle entrance. I can't remember his name. But let me think. Let's start clearing over here and get his quest. He says, yes, what did you need? I say, are any of those other items still available? He says, I think so. Let me look. Yes, I have more. What interests you? Let's go for the helmet. Shade woven helmet. He says, this here is a nice helmet. I'm not too sure I want to give it up after all. Then again, I could use someone to scout around for me. Yeah, listen. If you scout around and see if any of those pirates are trying to move in on my territory, I'll give you this helm. And bring me one of those head frills from a grinning while you're at it. I say, give me that list. I'll be back when I have them all. All right. Claren gives out a series of quests that give some decent armor for this level. But the pirates are over at the docks, and the Grinnin are over toward... Okay, so up here, how do I describe this? Over here toward this Tombs of Night area, along this way in here, right in here. So, let's see. The thing that I want to do is find Arcus, because I have forgotten where he is. I don't think he's the dude who spawns at Net Castle, but I could be wrong. It's been a while. Oh yeah, if you run into the plants around here, you can get detriments like that. That might spite weed that hit me? Not sure, wasn't paying enough attention. Alright, now we're gonna go ahead and take the Griffin Tamer, and I'm gonna go, let's see, where do I want to go? I'll go toward Nomar's Ascent. Actually, no, let's go to the docks first, because there's a possibility the Arcus is over there. So we'll go over there, and we'll hunt some pirates. Oh, wait. He wanted me to go to the pot and see if there are any pirates hanging around there. So I think the pot is the little area over here. Maybe this? No, that's Blackwater Lake, so it may be down. You know, I'm not sure. Been too long. It's one of these little lakes, I think. Maybe here. Is this it? This is Mound Lake, wrong one. But let's see. Where is it? Let's see. I don't know if this area here has a specific name or not, but I'll go over there and we'll see if it's it or not. I'm so, out of touch, you know? It's been too long. Just look around and see if there's anything else that I might want to head to check out. I don't really know that this is going to be it. I'm pretty sure it's not. What's the name of the little thing in here? Is this Bone Lake or something else? Maybe, I don't know. Behemoth Pond, that's what it is. Alright. Yeah, I don't know. Let's come around this way. And head into this little area here. Don't think that it's the right place. It is the right place. That's good. Then I want you to head over to Mount Thick. Well, that's where we were a moment ago. And we're going to go look exactly where we were to the west over there. And so then we'll have our Mount Lake update. And you know what? There's also somebody over here. What's his name? Gogus Afbaden. We know him. There's another guy right by him. That's Arjun and Victory. Alright. If only I could remember what I'm doing, that'd be cool, huh? Oh, look. A random stone. Let's get that. So, Mr. Steel Rose, are you on Origins? And are you on Anashti Sul or Dozakar, if so? Let's get this ore while we're at it. Almost made it over to Mound Lake now. If I would stop gathering the rocks, we would get there a little faster. Finally, I want you to check Blackwater Lake. Blackwater Lake is to the north over here. Gonna go ahead and grab these fruits while I'm out here too. In our guild hall, which is a room that we've designated as guild hall, we have a bunch of depots, and so I can put any of this into those depots that we have there, and use it, and you know, the guildmates can use it. So it's a nice way to do things. That way nobody has to worry too much about going out and necessarily getting their things as often, because people will have gathered, you know, extra stuff while they were out, and you know, we all get to use it. So pretty convenient if you were considering getting any of the depots, I very much recommend it on this server particularly, or on any of these early game servers like this. On live, they're less necessary. There's depots that you can get, that your guild can get on live without you having to have personal ones. But on here, all you have to do is get your personal depots and set it up so that all of your guild members can use it. And you can, you can specify what level of friends they need to be in order to use it and things like that. Make them, trustees on your homes and whatever. Alright, and don't forget to get me one of those grinning trolls. Always wanted one to show off to other people. Alright. So the grinning are going to be to the west from where we're at right now. Now, you can see that I've got a compass right there. It's very helpful to me. I don't know, some people like compasses, some don't. I'm kind of a fan of them. They help direct me where I want to go. I don't have one in real life. Maybe I should. Normally, I find in real life people don't say, head north about 20 miles and then turn west on the access road. It's not normally how they talk. Some people do, but for the most part, they just tell you road names and like location markers. They'll be like, oh, you got onto the Windies and turn left until you hit the, Walmart, and then you'll see a big sign. That's not where you're supposed to be. If you've gone there, you've gone too far. Turn around and go back down to the cattle barn. Whatever. Alright, we want to go onto the other side of the water here. And then we'll have made it to our destination, which is the Mist Ring, guys. I don't see them right now, but I know they're there. There they are. Alright. There are also these, like life leeches. I know they're called like soul leeches or something like that hang out in the water, and they'll put detriments on you if you get near them. So be careful if you're crossing the water, and if you're of the appropriate level, especially for it to matter. Be careful of going into the water in this area. Especially like when you're doing the there's a quest that has you run all over the place for the journeyman boots. It's called The Journey is Half the Fun, I think. And you'll be running across, the world over here in order to do it. And going from one location to the next. And so you want to be careful when you're going in the water. Again, like I said, especially if you're at a lower level. This is one of those random update things where you just continue to kill these kinds of creatures until it deems. So you have a chance every time. And I don't know what the likelihood is on this particular quest, but you just keep doing it until you get it. That's a goblin territory marker, and it is for, if you don't know the language for the goblins, then you can learn it by scribing those territory markers. I believe I have already done it. I can check. It says this plank looks like it is part of a goblin signpost. There are words on it written in both Nurathian and some other indecipherable script, sorry. It seems to be a goblin territory marker, and so you would study it, and you get a certain number of them, and then you know the language. Because I already know it, that's not being offered to me. It's the same with these transference directives. To learn the language is a rather odd form of parchment, and the script on it is even odder, like nothing ever seen on Norath. Looking very much out of place are a few lines of Norathian. And so, if you don't know that language, then you can study that and learn the language of the Shadow Moon. Personally, I'm going to destroy them because I already have that language. There's no real need for it. I'll keep this for now because I'm probably keep dropping, and so I'll destroy them whenever they're in the stack instead of doing it one by one. The large decaying bone that you saw there is something that's used in a certain time period. I can't remember exactly when it was. There's a carnivorous plant that comes out, and I want to say it was when maybe ruins Hunar, possibly. Basically, if you pre-ordered that expansion, then you got a carnivorous plant. Now you had to pre-order at a certain level. I can't remember what it was, but you get this carnivorous plant, and it would eat different things. So you had bones, water, and fertilizer that you could feed to it, and if you give it the right combination of things, then it would give you different items back. And it might be like any number of things, something to help you in battle, some potions and things like that, or maybe XP stuff or something of that nature. I can't remember what all you could get. I just remember you could get stuff from it. And then I think later on, you can feed them to man, I can't even think of the name of it. Another type of creature that they put in the game, and it would eat them and give you shinies in return. So anyway, I don't know if any of that is going to be at any point added to this game, so I'm not sure if there's going to be any purpose for the decayed bones and fertilizers and whatnot like that or not, but I just kind of keep them in my bank on the off chance that they do come in handy later on. You can sell them for a pittance to the merchants as well. All right, let's see if we can find old Clarin over here again. And actually, while I'm here, I think I'm going to turn on track and see if we can find Arcus as well. That might have been a good idea, huh? There he is, on track. Very nice. Let's go find him. All right. Here he is, Arcus.
I can tell you're out
He
of
didn't
your
have a
natural
feather.
element. Nektulos is no place for an Arathian to play. Whatever you seek is not here, but you will seek that which is here.
I say I have the power of the spark beacons.
To complete your journey, you must call the ghosts of the 3 warlords that are beckoned by the lighting of the torches of forewarning. But this is only part of the puzzle.
What's missing?
The power must be concentrated. It must be conducted through a wand of natural forces.
I am no magic user. How can I wield a wand?
You cannot find this wand in any school of magic. It's a branch of great arcane power.
Branch? Where can I find this branch?
In the Great Forest Plateau is a good treant who holds the answer to your question. His name is Rulinthus, and he is the last of his kind here in this forest. He can dispel the druidic curse that keeps the ghosts at bay. As for us, we are done.
I will find Rulinthus. Alright, so we now talk to Arcus. Let's see if we can find Clarin again. He's over here somewhere as well. And hey, we'll just use our handy dandy tracking and find him that way. Turns out I was facing him. Now, the fact that neither of those have shown indicates to me that I must have it set to not show that right now, which is a problem for me. So let's go over here to options and see if I can find where that's at. So I went down to user interface. We're going to advanced, and then I'm going to look and see what let's start with name and chat bubble. Let's see if I can find anything about it here. I have a lot of options. Okay. NPC overhead quest, icons for out-leveled quests. That's the one that you would think would be missing, but it is turned on. I'm going to try turning it off and turning it back on. So maybe, you know what we'll do? We'll go turn it off, and then we're going to accept it. Then we're going to go back in and turn it back on, because it doesn't seem to be working as it should. So let's turn it back on, and maybe that will now show up. Who knows? Definitely seems like there was some kind of glitch going on, since neither of those guys had it showing over their heads. All right, let's see. So I must find Relentless, the good treat. Otherwise, I have to talk to Claren.
Well met.
He says, yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. I only need a pinch or two of each. You can keep the rest. Here, the ring is yours now. Nice doing business with you. I'll say same here. Let's accept this shade-woven helm and talk to him again.
Hello.
He says, yes. What did you need, I say, are any of those other items still available? He says, I think so. Let me look. Yes, I have more. What interests you? I say, the leggings. He says, I'll give you the leggings if you run an errand for me. Here's a list of what I want you to do. Do this, and the leggings are yours. I say, give me that list. I'll be back when I have them all. I'm not very polite to this guy, I gotta say. Kinda on the rude side, to be honest. Let's destroy this goblin territory marker. No need to have it taking up space in the balance. I need to gather, or I must gather, a few dust leaper legs. Now there are some spiders on the docks area around here, but I don't know if they're dust leapers. I think the dust leapers are going to be in the forest to our west, I think. So let's go that way. Turn on track, and we're going to type in dusk and see if this is the correct direction or not. It'll be to the northwest, if I'm correct, close to where the owlbears are, and right in amongst some of the owlbears, to be honest. And I'm going to go this direction, I think, around here. I can't remember the name of the guys, of the spiders that are on the docks area, around the beach. But I was correct about this direction, obviously, because they've shown up on track. So there'll be a whole slew of them out here. Shouldn't be too hard to get what I need from them. And I don't know if these are going to be, I suspect they're going to be random updates. But maybe they're just going to be one for one. We'll see. I can't see this one. There we go. I think what I was working on doing was just clearing out all the low-level quests, and working my way up to where I need to be, because I like to do the quests, you know? And, so I had been doing this, you know, when no one else is on. See if we've got any more on track. We do, and we're going the wrong way. Cool. They're up here. On the rocks. Looks like I need 5 more of them. So, seem to be getting the updates pretty steadily for them. Seems to be 1-to-1 as far as I can tell so far. There are also some Nightfall Giants not very far from here, and those Firelight Shrillers that I mentioned earlier. Up in these areas where the rocks like this are. Also some, like, I think they're called, like, Rotwood trees or something like that. Sarah Nixon says, is that a gnome? It is a gnome. Yeah. It's a little gnomish swashbuckler. What character are you playing? What kind of race and class? So it's not exactly 1-for-1 because I didn't find a quest item that time. I need 2 more. But it's a pretty high update rate for sure. I say that, miss another one right after it. What a shame. It's what I get for speaking, you know? One more to go, and then we'll have all of the Dust Reapers that Claren wanted. There we are. Sarah Nixon says, I haven't played in a long time, but I've always been a fan of the wee ones, Dwarf, Gnome, and for some reason I always loved the Ogres of EQ. You know, I was just playing an Ogre on beta in EverQuest Legends, and intend to play an Ogre again when it goes live. Now we need owlbear feathers, they'll be close by. So the server that I'm playing on, you might enjoy if you haven't played in a while, Sarah. It is the Origins server, so it's set back in around 2007-ish. And so a lot of the things that you experienced, if you played in the long ago times, as it were, may be available here on this server. It's everything's a little slower. You know, you don't run as fast. The travel is not so instantaneous. Everything's a little bit harder than on live, and there's none of that going and running the same dungeon 50 times stuff. Got an aged owlbear egg here. Here, show you something. There you go. Now it's a maturing owlbear. I can call him for a little bit. Let's gather up a few of these guys. They are non-heroics. So, we should be able to get a good number on them without concern. And then we can do a little bit of AoEs on him. And hey, look, another maturing owlbear egg. Now we need 11 more of these guys. which it doesn't take long. They have a ton of them. It used to be much more difficult, but these days there's just so many of the owlbears around. It's not hard to knock out quite a few of them. You have to kill, like, I don't know, 100 owlbears or something like that for one of the heritage quests. And that used to be a lot, it used to take a lot longer than it does, even on this server now. Still need a good deal more of them, it looks like. Don't need the elder ones then, I guess. May as well grab some more. Keep resetting them so that they continue to be in front of you, then you can use those frontal cones and like this here, and hit all of them. Alright, we'll pick up their leavings here. I think that might have been all of it, yeah. Then take the legs and feathers and burn them in the rotting tree stump up near the falls. Rotting tree stump up near the falls. Well, I assume that we're talking about these falls, Tombs of Night. But look, Relentless is also up there. So, I think I'll fly up toward the Mars Ascent, then I'll head west and go toward the falls over there. And then we can come back around. Well, actually, maybe I should go all the way. That would make more sense, to go all the way to the Mars Ascent, and then head up and get the update with the Relentless, then go back down and head over to the Tombs of Night area for that update. Maybe. I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna run down to the Griffin Tower and fly from there. It'll cut out a little bit of time.
Hello.
Alright, Namar's Ascent. And normally I would jump off partway if I was going to go over those falls, but I think it's going to save time overall to go ahead and just go straight there and do the stuff with Recanthus first. Or did I say Recanthus? I meant Relentless. Recanthus is a different... Take it off of here so that you guys can see what's going on. I have my keyboard kind of underneath the laptop. I have the laptop up on a desk, right? And the keyboard is under it, so I can't actually see the numbers. And I'll go to try to hit F10, and I keep hitting F9 instead. F10 is what makes the first of all, first time you hit it, you can see all of the screens and where they're at. So if you've lost a screen and you want to find it and it's one of the invisible ones, you can hit F10 and it will display it. And then if you want to go full screen, like with no window showing, so this is all the screens there are. And you can see that some of them don't have anything in them because they're not active right now. You hit it again and it goes like this, and that's how you can take some nice screenshots and stuff like that. Then you do it a third time and we have everything back. But F9, that doesn't help one iota. I missed my my turn up here. Gotta come this way. Around to the east, as it were. And we're gonna just kind of follow this mountain side around. And of course gather some things along the way because, you know, that's necessary, right? Actually, I wonder what step of the co-augering gathering obsession I'm on in this character. No idea. Let's sort by name and see if I even have it. I think it's called A Gathering Obsession. I don't see it, if so. Maybe I don't have it. Interesting. Maybe I've already done this step and can't get another one yet? Who knows? Not sure. We'll sort by current zone again. And continue on our mission here. Sarah Nixon says, absolutely. Well, I turned too early. Let's go that around here. I'm trying to think of where this rotting tree stump is. Is it, burn the rotting tree stump. So there's a thing over near the falls that you go into it's, what's it called? I can't think of the name of it. It's an instance though you can do there. It's not Cauldron Hole, and it's not Tombs of Night. It's man, I can't think of the name of it. But it's kind of, I feel like it's under a tree stump or something. Go down in a little hole, maybe. Or maybe I'm crazy. That's another possibility. Almost there to Relentless. Let's dodge this spite weed a little bit this time, just to mix things up. Ah, we got a steel cluster, nice. There's Relentless, and here is a quickie. Let's inspect. It says, this ring of stones appears to have once been a place of worship. Decades of neglect have caused the ring to fall into ruin. Nothing we want to do there. But we do want to talk to Rulinthus.
Beware this land. What was once grand and hospitable has been tormented and twisted into something grotesque and ungracious. I am all that is left of the past.
I wish to light the torches of forewarning.
The mounts of flame spew forth from many leagues away. A curse floats amidst a veil of ash. This curse keeps the torches dark. The spark of the beacon alone cannot light the torches.
How can I lower the curse? Yes, how can I lower the curse?
You can't, but I can. My branches can focus the spark of the beacon, for they hold a portion of the spark. Should one of my limbs come near the torches of forewarning, they will ignite.
I don't suppose you have any branches to spare.
What kind of beast are you? To think I'd sever a limb for you. As luck would have it, I do have a small branch that a violent storm tore from my trunk.
How can I acquire this branch?
You must strike down a treant who sways within the eastern thickets. His name is Tilburbus. Destroy him, and I shall reward you, my fallen branch.
And I say, Tilburbus will fall. I think that Tilburbus, it says along the eastern forest or something. I think that Tilburbus, see, I was thinking it was over near Mars Ascent, like to the north? I don't know. We're gonna go run along and see if we find him. It says Eastern Falls or Eastern Forest. Maybe. It could be down lower to the south. I'm not sure. It's been a while. Let's just run the gamut here. We'll just start with the east of this side of the forest. And then we'll go, or this part of the forest. And then we'll go south. After I run into a tree root for a minute there. Alright, he would have shown up on track if he was over here. So, on we go. Back around, and we're gonna go south toward Mars Ascent area. By way of the Eventide Stone. Banevina in your name. Let's add you. Added friend. Alright, cool. And another Eventide Stone paired with a number ore. Nice. What a haul. Now, whenever you are gathering, you can either left click your mouse or you can hover over it with your mouse and click the F button. That comes into play sometimes in the latter portion of the game. Sometimes it's easier to click with the F button than it is to click with the left mouse button. Oh, look, a shiny, nice. I haven't hit one of those this session. I always find them to be more difficult to find in Nektulos Forest. I think because there's so much foliage and stuff around. So it's, I don't know, it's, for me, it's one of the harder collections to finish is the Nektulos Forest stuff. The owlbear that you summon with that egg is just a visual thing. It's not, it doesn't actually do anything. Here we have some more stones. Woo-hoo. Stones and rocks, both. Seems like that's one of the things you end up needing the most. The ore and the roots are the things that basically everybody needs, regardless of their crafting class. And so you go through a lot of them and end up low on those before you're low on anything else. Especially, well, I mean, either way in a depot or not. And they're harder to come across because everyone's gathering them. I guess I better kill this guy that I accidentally attacked instead of harvesting. Also got a fabric patch. That is the drop for learning the fairy Lauren language. Treants and fairies speak the same language. I think I already have it. It says this is a patch of fey fabric. There is print upon the fabric, revealing letters in Nerathian and in some other language before its script is lost in a rip in fine fabric. And since I already know it, I can't study it. I'm going to go ahead and destroy that. And then move further toward, hopefully toward our goal. We'll see. All goes well. It's not looking particularly lovely though, because I really thought, I don't know, where I was thinking that he was may not be correct. Let's see what it says here. Toberbus the Treant. I must hunt down and slay Toberbus the Treant. Okay, so this is the one where you speak to Delninia, and then you speak to Thalia, and you go back and forth between those two. So, those folks are up to the north of where I'm at right now by Bone Lake. So I'm actually going to head that direction because maybe he's over there. If not, then there's another group down in somewhere in this area, close to the lakes, that has more of those fairies. And so it's possible Toberbus could be over there too. Not sure. It's been a while since I did this quest. Apparently I'm grabbing the polluted natural garden. Which is fine. Didn't really want it, but you know, I'll take it. Okay, we're gonna head north. And I could use my map and like mouse over stuff and see like, is that okay? That's fine. Hindalina. Could do that. But you know, I'd rather make it more exciting than just run stuff over. Oh look, Bane Vina has logged in. Very nice. I'm actually leaning toward Toberbus being down toward the lake area at this point. I feel like if he was, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. He could be up here. I remember doing this quest, going back and forth, killing, you know, what you're trying to do is you're trying to be the middleman between these two people, but you know, two different fairy groups. And the fairy groups are each basically trying to betray the other one without the other one knowing what's going on. Pretty much that's the way this goes. And if he was up here, he probably would have already shown up on track. So I'm certainly not convinced. Any of these plants, like a hate blossom, any of them that have the name over them like that, are all things that are going to give you some kind of detriment when you run into them. So it's best not to run into those. I think I'm just going to go ahead and run down to the falls and try to get that update for clearing over there. But we'll take this shiny along the way, of course. And I suppose I may as well, since I'm right here at the Griffin Tower, I may as well take the Griffin down to the Mars Ascent, and then probably can take the Griffin toward the docks and jump off. No real need to, though, honestly. I think I'll just take it to the Mars Ascent and jump off from there and head west.
Hello.
Alright. He says, welcome to the Kipoerneke station. Where would you like to go? We want to go to the Mars Ascent. I did the F9 again. There we are. That's more like it. Now you can use track, and if you're hunting for something, you can take the griffins around, and sometimes that's one way to quickly find something that you're looking for. So we'll jump off here, and don't do that if you're not a scout or if you don't have safe fall, because it will hurt. But if you do have safe fall and your safe fall is decent, then you can jump off of there without any detriment. Now we actually want to go west here, because we're going to go up to this area out there to the northwest. Ah, I ran right by some roots. Ran right over them, as a matter of fact. Apparently, can't stop running into different things. As bad in this as I am in EverQuest Legends from the map up. Just gotta run into stuff all the time. Is this where I'm thinking of? Dire Hollow. Yeah, Dire Hollow is correct. That was the, I think that might be the area that I'm thinking of. It's not really, that's not a tree stump though. It's kind of a door, I think, in the dirt or something. Yeah, I don't know, maybe not. I can't recall. That might be the other place down that I'm thinking of. But regardless, we will try to find the rotting tree stump. And it says near the falls. And the question is, are these the falls that we're referring to? Find out soon enough. Alright, so this is the Dark Hollow entrance over here. It's got a pile of rocks, basically, with the door right here. And that's where you would go in if you have the quest. But I don't have the quest. Here's a tree stump, but not the right one, it seems. So, on to the north we go. And it says near the falls. How near is near? I assume we would have to go up this path. I actually haven't done the Tombs of Night yet, I don't think, on this character. We've got a little area right here. Don't know that there's a tree stump. Don't see one. On the other side over here. This is for, I think, Dragoon's. No, not Dragoon. Yeah, no, what's his name? Can't think of the name. Not Dragoon name. It's, source of power, anyway, that you need to find in Nektulos Forest. It's right there. It's, for that quest, I think it starts in Tonica. It's Heritage Quest. Cannot think of the name of it right now. Father Al-Kular might be the name of the guy. Maybe. What I don't see is the tree stump. Up near the falls. Now, am I correct that these are the falls, right? This is Soul Eater Falls right here. And this is Tombs of Night. No tree stump in here. Rotting tree stump. So far, I've seen 0 rotting tree stumps. Didn't come check over here though. Nothing doing there. Well. Oh, well. Let's check the map here. Do we have a rotting tree stump? That's the power source. What's the quest name? Let's see. Strange Black Rock. Yeah, that's right. That's Soul Eater Falls. We got Tombs of Night. We got Blooming Mushroom. Ah, the tree stump is down there. So it is beside something. It's beside the entrance to what? The Underrot Caves. Of course, Underrot makes sense. Okay. So it's a different zone than the one I was thinking of. Because there's a couple of zones they'll send you to, and one of them is the other one that we just talked about. And then the Underrot Caves. Couldn't remember the name of it. See if we can find it. There it is, rotting tree stump. Excellent. Been able to finish Claren's list of tasks. I should return to him now. Well, I should perhaps, but instead I want to go and try to find Tilbavus the Treant, I think. Well, maybe I don't. Maybe I go and turn this in first, because I think that Claren has one more quest for me, Might be smart to go ahead and pick it up before I head toward the eastern area there. Because Tilburbus might want us to do something over there as well. I can't recall what his last quest is. These bloated soul leeches are the ones that give you the detriment. So I'm going to go down to Claren, who's down near the docks. Right there, as a matter of fact. Here, I'll give him a wisp. I suppose I could get out of here, run along the bank, and maybe find some things to gather. Going through these mist critters here. And plus, I may be able to put into a tree with all these trees around and get stuck on them. You wouldn't want to miss that opportunity, right? Surely not. Got a bit of a ways to go. I suppose I could turn on my run. Sprint, you know? What's sprint? Why not? I've always been more familiar with the Kino side of things, so like Antonica and Thundering Steps, than I have with the Freeport side of things, because I don't like playing the Freeport characters, and tends to avoid it. So, I tend to be more aware of what I'm doing. Let's mark this collarbones on the Gnosian side of the world than over here. I have spent a lot of time in Nektulos Forest just doing quests, but essentially I'll just come and do the quests and then be out of here. Of course, there are a lot of quests in Nektulos Forest. I feel like there are more quests on the Gnosian side in the early levels than there are in the Gregorian side. Alright, we've almost made it. There he is.
Hello.
He hasn't took the feather. This is exactly what I wanted. I only need a pinch or two of each, and you can keep the rest. Here, the earring is yours now. Nice doing business with you. I say, same here. And I accept the shade-woven leggings, and then let's get this last quest. He says, yes? What did you need, I say, are any of those other items still available? He says, I think so. Let me look. Yes, I have more. What interests you? I say, the shoes. He says, these sure are a nice pair of shoes. Too bad they don't fit me. You know what? You bring me some material to make a pair of shoes, and I'll give you these ones here. Here's a list of what I need. I say, give me that list. I'll be back when I have them all. To start with, I'm going to need some snazzy leather. Bring me back some bear skins from those Kodiaks. Well, great. I happen to be going in the direction of Kodiaks. Alright, Kodiak. They're over toward the bear cave part of the world over there. I think I missed a turn here. Alright, so I'm going to look for Tilburbus as well. And maybe it's him I should have on track, because I kind of know where the Kodiaks are a bit more. Tilburbus? Yeah, I'm not so sure. You know, I remember killing him, I just don't remember where. You know, maybe it's You know, it may be over here. There is a name that shows up. A named treant. I think it's a treant. No, it isn't. Never mind. I'm thinking of, it's a named, owlbear over there. The owlbear is Foul Feather, and he's for a different quest. I think he's for one of the scout armor quests, as I recall. What am I doing? Pressing buttons at random. Well, the good news is we're getting closer to the Kodiaks. Nothing else. So if we're turning right, I may as well turn off the Farsees thing because I have everything that I need from here already. Found the plot again, and there's Toberpus. Alright, cool. Let's see. Let's come this way. So he's right by this lake, and there's my Kodiak as well. But let's get Toberpus first, because Kodiaks are common. And, you know, I feel like Toberpus is a lot, but he's the only one of them there is. So let's go ahead and get him knocked out. Slain Toberpus, the evil treat. And then it says, I must return to Relentless, the good treat. I like how they label them so nicely. Toberpus, the evil one. Relentless, the good one. And, we need 18 of these motley Kodiaks. That'll take a second. Let's do a little harvesting here. I'm almost out of room in my my bags. At some point, I'll have to call back to town and deal with that situation. See if there's any more hanging around. Doesn't look like right here. Let's turn this on, and then we'll look for Kodiak specifically. Kind of all over the place here. These should be close enough to get the attention of without losing the ones we already have. And that way we can kind of hit them with some AoEs, make this go a little faster. Alright, next, a few more on track. Number order. Nice. And then 2 more Kodiaks. And then we'll be halfway done with this quest. So, maybe one of those things that we have to wait for repops. And then come back and get them. I bet they repop pretty quickly though. Maybe like 7 minutes. there should be more toward the, like, northwest as well. So if we just keep going, we're likely to find more. Release tab says you don't play on the new server. Is Origins still going strong? I like Origins. It's probably my favorite EverQuest 2 server at the moment. I also have one on the Wuxi free server, pre-trade server, that I made, but I think I prefer this one of the two. How about you? Swashbuckler is going strong. Okay, we'll do /u. It's going to probably show 100. Because if anything over 100, not /u, /who all. /u did 3 players because there are only 3 in this zone. But yeah, 100 players it shows, which means there's more than 100. We could get a better idea if we went by last. So let's try /who all conjurer. Or actually, let's do who all necromancer. Let's see how many of those there are hanging out. So, did I do... I did /u, let's see. Let's try that again. Well, no, that would be right. /who all necromancer. So there's actually only 4 necromancers on right now, it looks like. Let's do Swashbuckler, because I'm a Swashbuckler. There are only 2 Swashbucklers on right now at all, apparently. That's insane. Let's see. What else we got? Guardian, or now, how about Berserker? Who all Berserker? Let's see where all this is concentrated. 6 Berserkers on. Let's try Illusionist. Who all Illusionist? 6 of those. So it's looking like, not very many Swashbucklers compared to other things, but Release says, I'm kind of new to EQ, but got 135 on Origins and testing out the new one now. Cool. What is your new one? What kind of class and all that? Let's look for Motley Kodiak again. But we gotta grab these roots on the way, right? So, Release, do you play, or are you planning to play EverQuest Legends as well, or are you just doing EQ2? No, I don't think I have any kind of poisons or anything running right now. I'm not sure. I have all kinds of interesting things in my bags. Okay, so I do seem to have something running here. What do we have here? Superior caustic poison, superior hemotoxin. Wonder if I have either of these going. Looks like I don't. I'll turn that off until I finish that beer. Let's turn on... Let's turn on the caustic, or the hemotoxin. Let's turn on the hemotoxin. I don't know if this is going or not, so we're going to turn it off, turn it back on, just in case. Alright, now, there's another one. Release says, I'm testing out the EverQuest 2 Wuxi server. Gonna test Legends too. Love those old games. Yes. I've got I've just got the one character on the Wooshi server. I think I really was mostly doing it because a friend of mine was playing over there. But I ended up doing EverQuest Legends beta and didn't really get back to the Wooshi much. It's somewhere in between this server and live on the Wooshi, as far as I could tell. We're down to Shadowman Grizzly Bridge. That's okay because we're on the next step of clearance shoes. Ah, I see. Shadowed Man is what he wants. So, we may as well go back to Relentless at this point then. We don't need any more Kodiaks. The Shadowed Men are closer to the docks. So, I think what we'll do is we'll go ahead over to... well, you know, we almost may as well run up to the Mars Ascent instead of flying over. I don't know, it's a close call. I'm just gonna run over, I think, and then go up from there to where Relentless is. I could, yeah, I think that's gonna be the better bet. We'll go up the Mars Ascent the old-fashioned way. Release says, I guess it's faster leveling, but still a classic still. Yes, but it's also, it's got some of the, I guess, quality of life stuff in the Wooshi server that isn't there on this server. Now this has a lot more of the quality of life stuff than it did at the time. So I would say even Origins isn't really what it was like. But it's much closer than anything else. Number ore over here, we'll grab that. Definitely gonna run out of room in the bags very soon, down to very little left. I had forgotten that I have some power regen stuff here. And apparently I have a Hextall as well. See what we have. Deep Earth Room. That's another language one. That's for kobolds. And you have to get over, I think, to Steamfront Mountains to be able to turn those in, as far as I'm aware. I do have a shattered kobold bone and some other things it looks like that I can, you know, study and put into my collection if I run out of room for more things. So, gotta remind myself, I think I'm going over to Relentless, which means I'm heading up to the Mars Ascent currently. And yeah, release, it's definitely faster leveling on the Wooshi server. It's not nearly as easy as on live, though, for sure. So how are you liking it so far? You said that you're new to EQ2. What are your thoughts on it compared to other games that you've played? This is Haven. That's for when you are betraying, and I believe it's for, like, if you're betraying, there comes a point where you're not liked by either one. The Canosians don't like you, and also the Concordians don't like you. And so you're in this situation where you're very unwelcome to go trade, and so you can go into the Haven and hang out there for the duration of that time period. I haven't done the betrayal quest many times. I had betrayed from a necromancer to a conjurer once upon a time, but it was very long ago. And I know that they've changed the trail quest since then. So I'm not sure. It might be very similar on this server to how it was whenever I betrayed, because it's around the same time period. But can't say for sure. Let's go ahead and examine this and put it in the old collection. So I was looking at a horror game that's in beta right now, and I might try that out at some point. It looks pretty neat. There's a couple of them. One of them is called Flick, like Flick. It looks pretty interesting. Can't remember the name of the other one right now, but I can find it again. I was kicking around the idea of just testing those out and seeing what they're like. It's sort of a mystery thing, you know. You're trying to, or I guess I'd say more of a riddle thing, right? You have to figure out what to do, and that seems fun. But I've been seeing it. It's an indie game, and I've been seeing it on Twitter, if you call it X or whatever you want to call it, being advertised a little bit. So that looks cool. Maybe I give it a go at some point, see what it's like. All right, we're just gonna follow the path basically. Just head pretty straight north, and then go west once we get around this mountainous region. And that way maybe I can prevent myself from walking into areas that that are the wrong way. Let's skip by those roots and that stone. Proceed. Doing great on the willpower. Alright, let's get this one. Nope, we won't, because it's in a tree. It's not really where it says it is. And now we'll start making our turn around this mountain range here. But hey, roots. Let's get those, right? Quite a number of roots hanging out. I don't know how many I've got in my bags at the moment. Not too terribly many. Looks like I only have 27 of the roots. Would have thought that I would have a bit more, but apparently not. What a shame. There's our turn-in right over there. Near these vengeful souls. Poor little dudes. Alright, relentless.
Beware this land. What was once grand and hospitable has been tormented and twisted into something grotesque and ungracious. I am all that is left of the past.
Silverbus sways no more.
Kilburbus is but one of the branches within the evil rings of Treants. His destruction is only the beginning.
Being written by Bingy Ned at the moment. So I'm letting him know that I added him to my friends list. Let's say the beginning of what?
Soon the War of the Woodlands will begin. What is left of the true ring will battle with what is twisted.
When will this happen?
There are few like me. Many suns shall pass before the true ring is united. But this is not your war. Ponder this no longer.
And what of the branch you promised?
My fallen branch is yours, but its power is limited now that it is no longer part of my trunk. You must snap my branch to let loose its power. After this, you must visit the first torch.
There's first?
The lighting of the torches starts with the first torch. Not all are needed to call forward your ghosts. They must light as they did in the age of the past. From the gates of Neriak to the terminus of the violent flow, one by one, until the last.
What will happen when I light the correct torches?
Some call it the Grey Fields, and others call it the Shadow Rest. It has many names. Whatever the name, it's a vault for lost souls.
I'm off to find the first torch full warning. And then we accept this quest. We got the twig of Relentless. And we've got to go over here, right click it, and examine it. It says this is a small twig, but quite heavy. The wood is like none you have ever laid eyes upon. For being so dense, it is odd to find that it bends a little bit. I say, snap the twig. And accept this quest. You snap the twig and it makes a loud snap. Colorful sparks burst out from the cracks created in the thick bark and hold on to the magical twig. I must approach the first torch of forewarning. And I think the first one is, as it said, over near the gates of Neriak, which would be Darklight Woods, I assume, over here. Let's see here. It'll be marked on the map where they are, but I don't know which marking it's going to be. So, I'm assuming, though, somewhere over here, that's torch 2. So, we're in the right area. Where is torch 1? That's torch 4. We got torch 3. So this might be one. No, I looked at that earlier. Unsuccessfully. Let's see. First torch, it's got a different marking on it. So, we'll go ahead and click on it. Make it a little easier to find. And I think I will take the Griffin Tower and head toward Common Lands Entrance, then jump off partway to get there. Release says you have a fun time. Good luck on the levels. Thank you very much. You too. Say hi when you get a chance. Alright, let's grab these rancid roots real fast. Inventory full. Radio. I knew that and forgot it. Let's come over here and get the scratched A-bone, examine it, and add it to the old inventory, or the collection bin, I'm supposed to call it. For the most part, I'm probably going to throw them into... Oh, thank you for the follow, Luis. I'm going to try to throw them into the collection depot. Righty. The number ore, let's grab that. Alright, sparkling stone. And let's see.
Hello.
I'm gonna head toward the Commonland Station. Now we're gonna jump part way because where I want to really go is over toward the Myriad stuff. Now it occurs to me, I don't, yeah, I don't think that there's a, I don't think there's a Griffin Tower over there. There didn't used to be, but I noticed that there is one over by the docks in Thundering Steps. So I suppose it's possible that they put one here as well. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Steel Rose. Now, some of these mountains you can climb, and some of them you can't. I think we're right about here, and maybe I'm a little too high north. I'm not sure that I can climb this. We'll see. Maybe I can. Looks like it. Excellent. So, we will go straight over this then. And then, once we get past this, we can head north. In the Valley of the Bears now, we got some Eventide stone to pick up. Filled up the bags once more, almost. I've got one slot open. I have a few things I can still add to the inventory, or not to the inventory, to the collection bags, and they'll disappear. So I do have a little bit of room to, you know, do something. Even though it appears that my bags are almost. If it comes to it, I can add them to my collections and make room. Got some more penumbra ore over here. My Dragoon Kane is up. He's the guy who starts a quest. That's Carbonite Cluster. Wrong thing. Let's do the Dirty Bugbear Bone. Put that in the collection. Build up the inventory again. Alright, how about this ancient bugbear bone? Let's grab that one. Put it in. You would think that the simple answer might be to just stop picking up all those harvestables, but hey, who wants to do that? We've almost made it over the first torch over there. See the purple glow? First one down. And then let's see. Hold up. What do I have over here? I have forgotten. The Lorry Necron joke. Alright, so I got the first one. It was here. This one right over here could be the second one. We shall see. But first, we've got a shiny over there to pick up. see if this is the second one or not. It is. Great. I'll need the third one. What's this over here? So this now, we're going back. What's that? Oh, we're going to be this way. Aha. We're running into the trees some more. Cool. See if I'm going toward the right one. Yes, I am. Very good. Very good. There's a shiny here. Inventory full. Let's add the decayed. Well, actually, I think I want to keep the decayed one. Let's do the fresh bugbear ear, perhaps. No, that's the one I want to keep. So I haven't decided if I want to do the first collection or the second collection first. There's a rare collection that's a higher tier, and then there's a regular collection that's like level 20-ish or something. Torch or 1/5 torch? What we're on at the moment. Let's grab this stone. So I just can't help myself, I suppose. Okay. Let's arrange the bags. Quick sort, and we'll put all of our like things together. And we'll see. What do I want to do? I think that was the one we just tried a minute ago. And it may be the one that I have to do to clear some room. I don't know, looking like it. Well, there's a white gold claw. Let's do that one. Probably I'll do the lower level collection first. Got a goblin tooth and a golden ornament, of course. The goblin tooth is normally a pretty easy one to get, so I may delete that if I need to delete something. Of course, there's also these vial spectral essences and gloomy liquid and things of that nature as well. And I could just call the house and you know, dump stuff into clothes. And for the 9th one next. That was number 10. 11 is right over here. What are there? 12, I think? No, maybe more. That was 11. I see. That was 10 right up. So 10 on that side of the river. Is the 12th. That was 13. Got 14 here. I should probably find a merchant and sell some of the, vendor trash to him, and that would make a little bit more room in the bags. Looking for the 16th one now, which I think is right there. I'm gonna grab those roots. Phone's going off a bit. Alright, 17th one. Gave up 18th. You guys see the 19th one over there. That looks likely to be the 20th one. Okay. You barely see the 21st one there through the trees. But wait, what's shiny? It'll be fun. Gotta grab that, of course. Alright, it's the 21st one. Well, there's the opportunity to turn there. So I don't know now if this is the right way or not. But it looks like it. So it's the 22nd. I think I see it there. 23rd. You have one more somewhere. There it is, right by the bridge here. Alright, now we slay the warlord to Velk. Now, warlord to Velk, that might be in, let's go back over here. Might be in Cauldron Hollows, what I'm thinking. But I'm not sure. It says, oh, the bridge. In fact, the app bridge. This is the Darice bridge. Other bridge, I wonder if it's the rock bridge that goes over this river, or it might be, you know what, it's probably the bridge on the path that we just went. Let's sell some stuff real quick. Let's hide not for sale, and then I'm gonna go ahead and okay, we'll just sell some of the basic stuff that's here, while including the liquid and stuff. These are just vendor trash items. Let's mark these not for sale, and that'll help when looking through here. For some reason, I have a pristine fried imbued linen hextile in my bags instead of on my person. I wonder why that is. Oh, because I have the briarwood pick. Guess I was out harvesting, probably. Let's equip my adventuring set. Mark these guys not for sale. And that'll be into that. Okay, we made a few spots in the inventory. Let's sort it again so that it looks nice. Easy to find stuff. We've got plenty of room now. Alright, back along this path, I think. And so, we're gonna basically follow the same, like, you know, where the lanterns were that we lit, with the branch. There's a bridge that we crossed after the 10th one that we lit, and I think that might be where we want to go. Question is, did I just make a wrong turn here? Did. Think. Yes, definitely. We will be turning right, but it's on this next turn, not on that one. Now there's this bridge here as well, and I can't remember the name of this bridge, so let's just hop onto it for a second and see what its name is. It's Dab, so that is the right one where the Ghost of Warlord Beck is, which is right. To Belk, that's the one. Did that in the wrong order, but that's okay. Alright, so we got the vial of spectral essence. Now it's slay the ghost of Warlord Ukaltax. Let's see about Ukaltax. What does it say about it? I've activated the required torches. Forwarding now, I must run to the location of Warlord Ukaltax's death. Numar's Ascent. There, I must slay him to earn his key to Cauldron Hollow. Okay. So, Numar's Ascent is to the north. Just gonna see if I can get onto this over here. Somewhere. Maybe not. No. I think right here, maybe. Nope, not right here. There we go. There. Then we can head toward the Mars Ascent. These little rainbow areas here with the lights, you can scry in them if you buy some scrying stones. You can get some scrying stones from the guy on Thundering Steps docks after you've picked up the initial quest for them, which is in also in Thundering Steps from like Rollin something. He's in a tower. I could be mistaking the name as well. It's been a while, but he'll be asking you to get him some items from those rainbow lights, as he calls them. And if if you pick up that quest, then you can start buying scrying stones, and you can get interesting items, including some special books for quests that I think is the only way that you can get those books to do those quests. It'll be like kill 25 centaurs in 5 minutes or something like that. It's different quests. Alright, so we got that ghost. Now we're on to the next ghost, which is... I've activated the required torches pulling. I must return to the location of Warlord Generis' death. The ravine passed the western coast. Or the ravine passed toward the western coast. And there I must slay him to earn the final key to Cauldron Hollow. So the ghost of Warlord Generis. So, we're going to come over here to the Griffin Tower. And we're going to take it over toward the docks. And then we're going to jump partway. So, common land, no, dock station, not common land, sorry. Dock station, and we're going to jump before we get to the pass. So that we can run into the pass and trigger him and get him. And that might be the last one we have to slay before we get to the Cauldron Hollow part of that quest. I'm not sure. This used to be the access quest. I don't know if you have to do the access quest on this server or not to be able to do Cauldron Hollow. Oh, hey, Baby Benvina is here. Cool, hi. Down below me. Level 25 Shadow Knight. Alright. Kind of pay attention to how this is going right now. There's the turn to go to Gulfex Citadel. So very soon now we're going to jump. Okay, right about here. That way we'll be sure to hit his trigger point on the way through this pass. Hopefully. There he comes. Alright. Okay. The torch is a full warning and onward to Cauldron Hollow. On my quest for a personal destiny within Nektulos, I discovered the veiled sanctuary called Cauldron Hollow. I have discovered the 3 lost keys that are required to pass through the gates of the old village. I can now enter Cauldron Hollow. So now, quest complete in that regard. Now, while we're over here, we need the Shadowed Men. The Shadowed Men are just on the other side of this ravine where we just came from. Well, apparently I'm running over it. That works too. Huh. Just trying to get over to where the Shadowed Men are. There's a good number of them here, so it shouldn't take very long. I'm sure these are probably random updates. I doubt they're going to necessarily immediately update, one for one. Maybe though. There's one. Didn't get him that time, but that's okay. The fact that I got the first one is encouraging. So quick. Okay, we've got enough room in the bags. Should be okay. Second update is being a little more difficult one. Not too bad. I really expected to kill quite a few before I got a single update, so that's really not bad at all. Alright, before you bring them back, I want you to rub those stones on that lucky mushroom behind the old citadel out in the forest. Now, we're going to assume that we're talking about the Gultek Citadel, which is right over here. And, lucky mushroom behind the old citadel. So we're coming around this way, and then we're going to head like so, and here we have Gultek Citadel. Coming along behind her. By the way, if you have bones in your bags, they're like a skull and things like that. And there's a guy here, like Sir Doopies or Droopies, something like that. He hides behind a little stone out here. And here he is, Private Doopie. And you can turn in your bones to him if you have them. Now, what I've not found so far is a lucky mushroom. See all kinds of mushrooms? None of them appear to be lucky thus far. Did I run past it? Possibly. Let's check. Or is it just not? Is it not this citadel? A different citadel? I'm not certain. Behind that old citadel out in the forest. I feel like this is an old citadel out in the forest. What others? Wait, are we talking about Neck Castle? Surely not. Surely not, right? Just gonna check the map and see if we have any evidence of such a thing. Doesn't look like me. There's something behind that, but I don't know what. Alright. What other citadel might there be that it could be talking about? Old citadel out in the forest. Surely we're not talking about, like, over here. Not really looking like it. I can't imagine that it would be. Why would there be a lucky mushroom over? Really makes more sense for it to be behind this. This is the only one that I can think of called the Citadel. Not sure about it. I don't see it on the map. Now you can filter the map. Filter POI, and we could try clearing all. And then we'll look location, quest start, quest update, and then this quest, and probably other just in case. Try like that. And Bane Vina says, have you seen the Rumbleroot saplings? I only find other versions of the chintz. Check down by the bugbear, the owlbears. Alright, let's see. We've cleared out a bunch of stuff that doesn't matter. We've got a ragdoll there, we've got rune for to speak as a dragon. There's Lucky Mushroom. So it is here. It was marked strangely and it was hidden behind something. But it's here. Okay, alright, directly behind it. It's just on the very back of it. How interesting. Bambino says there's owlbears around here. It's looking for Rumbleroot saplings. I'll go look in a moment. Need to speak with Claren. You know what? I'm going to be not too far from where he's at. So I'll go ahead and run over there. Because I believe that the Rumbleroot saplings are. But there are some in that area. Let's go ahead and type in Rumble. Looks like Lord Daenerys was up, so if you guys need him for that quest, now is the time to get him. Yeah, he can take a little while to spawn, so keep that in mind if you need him for that quest. We're going to turn everything back on now. So I'm gonna go update with Claren, and then I'll go check on those rumble saplings, see if I can find them for him. Alright. Having a nice leisurely run through the forest. And if I run across the rumble root saplings along the way, that's no big deal either, right? I don't think so, though. Maybe. They may be, so at some places they're called like rumble root treants or something like that. Claren. See if we can find him particularly. That's Queen, whatever. We need to come somewhere over to the southern area here. Maybe there. Okay. Turn a little bit more toward the east. Finished most of the things here that we were working on. This is the last one of this quest.
Hello.
He says, yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. I only need a pinch or two of each. You can keep the rest. Here, the ring is yours now. Nice doing business with you. I say same here. I accept these shapeable bits of test have another one.
Greetings.
He says, hey, you're pretty effective, you know that? You can hold your own out here. Listen up, I have something that I forgot to mention. I kind of wanted to keep it for myself, but I'll trade it to you if you do one last thing for me. I say, what's that? He says, well, those pirates down by the beach have been costing me a lot of business, if you know what I mean. If you can help me teach them a lesson or two, I'll give you this ring here. I say, sounds like a deal. What exactly do you want me to do? And he says, here's a list of things I need you to do. If you can pull this off, I'll be happy to give you this flashy ring. If you don't show back up in a while, well, nothing gained, nothing lost, yeah? I say, don't worry, I'll be back. Have that ring waiting. King named Jeremiah says, hello. Hello. Not just any king, the king named Jeremiah. Very nice. All right. Let's turn to the right here. See if we can go find those rumble root saplings. And they may be around the corner from there. I'm not sure. Oh, he probably plenty of times. Now there are also some things at the top of the Mars Ascent, but I didn't think that they were the saplings. Let's try just going sap. We shall see. King says, I'm an old school player. Does the Origin server have an active player base? I'm looking to possibly get into it again. I'm not the best person to ask because I primarily play with my guildmates whenever I'm playing with someone on here. But I would say it's fairly, I mean, like I did earlier with /u, and it says 100. Because 100 is the most, well, that's /wall, rather. is the most that they'll show. So right now there's over 100 people in. However, oh, there's Benvina over here. But you know, if you do /who and you do specific things like I did /who, well, let's do /who craftsman, right? No, that won't be right. It'll be /who all craftsman thing. And so there are nine people who are craftsmen on Benvina says that I ran past and sure did. We got the sap urchins here. I don't think that they're going to be up here. Like if I click on these, or, you know, mouse over them, I don't see anything. So I think it's possible that they may be the ones up near this Mars Ascent. I didn't think that they were, but perhaps we'll go in that direction. But yeah, as far as the player base goes, we've got, okay, we'll do /who all. What else would we want to know about? Like, we could do, you know, I did necromancer and stuff earlier. Let's try guardian. Nobody wants to play guardian on a server where they are doing something like this. There's only 2 guardians on right now. If we do /who all berserker, we'll probably get more, because people are more inclined to do a berserker than a guardian if they think they're going to be soloing a lot. So we've got 6 players who are berserkers right now. Thank you for the follow, Jeremiah. Let's see if we can do /who all illusionist. And so there are 6 illusionists on. Coercer. Only 2 coercers. So, I mean, there's a little bit of each class being represented, not a lot of anything. I would think there might be a good number of dirges, right? So let's do /who all hurt dirge and maybe troubadours. I'm not sure which one would be more. Only 4 of the dirges at the moment, looks like. Who all? Let's see, troubadour. And there are only 3 troubadours. I would think that there would be more of that kind of class simply because people will use them to box with and things like that, because they can be easily played as someone who just kind of follows along and very occasionally casts something. Got the lesser sap urchins showing up here. I had been thinking that the saplings would have been down there. You know what? I wonder if the saplings... No, I'm not sure. Not sure. Shade spinners, haze stalkers. I mean, I don't think that they're going to be over there. There's not really anything like that over there. But let's check around. I had been planning to check to the north of it and coming back around that way, but then I didn't. And now I've run past where I needed to be on the Mars Ascent path. So that's cool, right? What am I doing? Alright, where am I at? Need to go this way. Missed the ramp up. The dirge can get your speed up pretty well if you've got a dirge in the group, and that's one of the reasons people box with them sometimes. So now we're up by the Mars Ascent. That's Death's Maw right there, and I'm just going to kind of run around and see if we see anything in the way of saplings. We got the deadly treants this direction. I'm going to check the map as I go. See if we find anything. Death bloom stuff. I really didn't expect it to be up here, as I said, because this is a higher level area, and you would think that a sapling would not be in one of the higher area levels, right? Or higher level areas. So I'm not seeing any evidence of saplings up there. If any of you recall where any are, then feel free to let me know. And I can send that information his way. I had thought they would be down here, close to the rest of these, the rubble roots and alders. There they are. They are there. Oh my goodness. Okay. So, can't be too far from them. Let's see. Let's invite Dana. Hopefully he's not in a fight right now, though, because if he does, accepting would invalidate his fight because I'm way too high level. I'm far away from it. I just want to be able to... Okay, let's tell. Bane Vino. Let's see, how can I describe where this is? It is near the Alders. But let's see, what is it close to? There's Dusk Leapers. Let's say east of Clearing. We're actually so close to where they are. Surprised that they didn't show up, and I wonder if maybe they had been killed. Maybe their placeholders were up. Something like that. He says, did you find them? They're on the map. Sort of. See them on the map. I'll head to them. Okay, we can easily get over there by just taking the Griffin Tower down to the Common Man's Tower. We'll jump off part way and can get over there very quickly from here.
Well met.
Oh, cases. Yes, I'm on stream on. Okay, excellent. Look right here. You see where my map, where my pointer is, where I've got selected on the map? Can you see it blinking? If so, it's right there. I'll zoom in. This is it. And I'm going to jump right here and head over there. And we can just follow the path right to it. And see if there's any hanging out at the moment. If not, they may just need some of the stuff cleared to spawn them. Sometimes you'll have multiple things sharing a placeholder. Well, they are placeholders for each other, I should say, sharing a spawn point. Go ahead and kill this dusty thing here. That's a rumble root, but not a rumble root sapling. Alright. So, probably we're gonna have to just kill the rumble root. Those are regular rumble roots. But I wonder if they can spawn in as saplings. Probably. Probably what needs to happen is a clearing of these guys. Here. Main arena. And then I'll mentor him. He's in the dark bargainers at the moment. Yeah. I know that's not the one. Let's go ahead and try to clear this guy out. So I think that's what's going on here. He just needs to spawn them. And so, this is the next place. So, cool, we think, yes, I believe so. That's alright. We'll clear some of them and see if it works. I'm stunned. No. Gonna kill me. Ah! Yeah, got me. Got me. It's my fault. Started too early. Didn't quite have enough health. That's alright. We'll go back there. Alright, turn on the buffs. I wonder what I was even in. Let's do smirking defense here. And I forgot that I was going to be aggroing these guys too. Just running along, mind my own business here. It's fine. Doing good showing here. Dying a lot. Alright. Let's see. No, could not escape. Hey Take how you doing? Wow, Nektulos, it's been so long, he says. Absolutely. And I've gotten myself killed nicely. Twice in a row. From Common Lands to Fallen Gate's Neck, we back in 2005. Well, it's actually around 2007 where it's set at the moment, but not too far off. I guess I'll try to not die this time. We'll see. What do we have here? Smirking defense? Sure. Alright, the res sickness is still on, but this time I'll try to not just run straight through everything. I will go along like a good citizen along the path here. Alright. Running through the aggro spiders while without mana and with red sickness was apparently not a great idea. Alright, off we go. Got probably a wolf and a spider, honestly. Ah, another one too. Nice.
Nowadays,
I can't even remember what this does. It's been too long. Increases haste and increases DPS for 36 seconds. Alright. Good to know. Take Tape says, which expansion does this server get to? How long does each expansion last? Okay, so it's, as far as I know, it's up through Rise of Kunark, I believe. I'm not playing at that level, and so I really haven't paid much attention. I haven't been on in maybe a month or so. So I'm not 100% sure where it's at right now. Last I knew, Rise of Kunark was going to be the next one out. So I think that's probably about where we're at. I want to look at the rumble root saplings. Rumble root, and ideally saplings. Okay. Now, one thing about this area is it can definitely get piled up on by the spiders and such. And the rumble roots, for that matter. These trees can be pretty big and take a second to run around. So, I don't know. I feel like that direction is the way that we go toward where it says rumble roots here. And yeah, like right in this little area. So, let's head that way. So we'll see. As for how long each one lasts, again, I don't really know. Don't really know the answer to that. There's no guarantees of how far it's going. They had kind of said that they were going to do Rise of Kunark, and that was sort of the only thing that was promised. So, after that, it just, you know, it depends, I guess, on the way it goes, and how happy they are with, you know, the turnout. But I'm not exactly sure. Being rooted is just miserable as a scout, I gotta tell ya. No fun at all. I don't see any popped up yet. Pain Venus says, thanks for your help. I left the zone though. I'm out of inventory space. I have a lot to sell on the market. Well, that's okay. I'll go ahead and find out if this spawns on the night. In that case, I could unmentor because he doesn't really get credit, but that's alright. We'll just continue as we are for now. Let's go ahead and get this Death Leaper out of the way so he doesn't interrupt with the other fights. if anything popped back up where we killed the other rumble root, then it wasn't a sap. Use some mana stone, a little bit of power back. Take Vape says, well done on the solo. Oh, thank you. It's not that well done though, because I'm Metroid down, so. We'll see if I can even survive or not. Got stunned, so again, it's very much limits the effectiveness of the Swashbuckler when you can't run back and forth, you know. Take Pick says, oh, that explains it. The cheap shot side backstrike combo is always good. Yeah, if you can run around behind, it's great, but whenever you're stunned, you just stand there and you get beaten up on you, so it's not amazing. But that's okay. Plus, I'm just not great at scouts, to be honest. Now, where on earth are the other saplings to the north? Right now, north. Still not seeing any saplings pop yet. We got the Nightfall Giants up here. Ah. Death Creeper coming at me from the side there. Probably ought to take out that guy first, to be honest. He's the one who does ult stunning, I think. Take Pape says, scouts for my bread and butter. Indeed. I'm just not into scouts. It's definitely not my favorite. I'm worse at scouts than anything, easily. Not even close. I think I like mages pretty well. Really enjoyed Conjurer and Illusionist, Coercer. I think I prefer those classes. Take Vape says they're difficult. Took a while to really get the technique down. You know, it's just a lot of moving and a lot of like positional things, and I just don't love, you know, having to go like, okay, well, I have to be in front of him for this, I've got to be behind him for that, and it's just not a blast for me. Because as probably most of you know, I'm not very visual, and so these little symbols, you know, the icons, I can arrange them in such a way to where I kind of know what I'm looking at, but it's very difficult for me to remember which things I have to be behind, which things I have to be in front, which things I have to be stealthed. So I have to arrange them on my hotbars so that they're in a similar area. And of course, adding some macros in for certain things is also helpful. but definitely not my cup of tea overall. The ranger, you can kind of, strafe, or not strafe, kite. You can do a lot of kiting with, and that's okay. But not great. I don't love it. But I want to play every subclass and just try it out at the very least. And there's only a few I haven't done yet, so whenever this server came out, I thought, well, I haven't done a Swashbuckler yet, so go ahead and give it a try. I haven't seen any of the Rumble Root saplings pop up yet. Off topic, I know. But just noticing, still not there. I feel like they were kind of along the path more. Maybe not. I thought they were. So fast. Rumble Root, he just comes at you, If that was a real creature, yeah, we'd be in for it. We'd be goners. Out of inventory space. So, definitely gotta do something about that. What am I gonna delete here? Let's, oh, okay. Maybe I don't delete anything. Maybe I just, don't really want to do that. I could put it in the level 35 and I'd make a space. I don't know. I have no idea why I have these random, like adornments in my inventory. What I was doing with those is beyond my comprehension. But I guess I'll just get rid of this goblin tooth. Let's go with that. There we go. Pick up an engraved wooden wrist guard instead. Why not? Take Babe says, what level is this tune when you're not mentored? I think 40 something, 40, let's see. Let's see if we can find out. Level 48. So yeah, I'm mentored down to 25, so. Max is what? Well, again, I'm not 100% sure. I'm assuming that it's 80. I'm assuming that that's where we're at this point, but I'm not certain. Let's see, might find out. Come over here and we'll go to find players and we'll do level. And let's see, we'll just do a search. And that's not helpful. That's only going to show the ones in here, huh? Or no, yes. Okay, let's try search again. Let's go. I don't want to do this zone only. I want to do all zones, all right? Search, and let's see what the highest level we see here is. Yes, level 80. So, however, this was maxed at 80. I don't think that there's 90 yet on here, though, but we'll try it. Let's see. 90. Search. Yeah, max level has to be 80, right? And I thought it was because I believe, like I said, I believe that Rise of Clunarch is the last one that is out right now. Haven't really bothered to keep up with it because I haven't been playing on here very much, and also when I have been playing, I'm just doing old quests and stuff. Nothing too exciting. Let's see here. Is there anything I can blow up with transmuting, perhaps? Hanging around? Maybe. Maybe not. Looks like maybe not. That's too bad. Then in that case, I suppose I'll delete this arachnid leg and get this 3 black rings instead, and start on that quest. He found the 3 dull black rings among the belongings of a fallen opponent. 5 rings on. 1 ring thirsts for blood, another yearns for pain, and the last aches for life. You must obey the will of the 3 rings. Put the rings away. Okay. Well, interestingly, what I didn't get from that was a quest. And what that means to me is that I've probably already done that quest. Let's see. 3 black rings. Let's go to quests. Go to completed. It would be Nektulos Forest. And let's see. 3 black rings. Did I do it yet? Or is it just not, is it Rings of Thirst? It's Rings of Thirst. Okay. So I've already done that, meaning I may as well go ahead and destroy it, because they're not letting us repeat those kinds of repeatable drop quests. I don't know why, but it's been the case for months that we can't do repeatable drop quests more than once. Take Vape says, I wonder if anyone Crushbone still plays on that server. Aside from you, of course. You talking about my stool, right? Still plays on my stool. I don't know because I'm not on there. But as far as playing on this server, certainly some do. But yeah, not really interested in live at all. Fake Pape says it wasn't my stool when I played. Right, but it is now. It's converted over to Crushbone, from Crushbone to my stool some time ago. Years. Probably, I don't know, more than a decade ago at this point. So yeah, but I don't know. Actually, no, I do know. I do know that some of my old folks still play on that occasionally. But that's just the ones that I've kept up with that I know about. So. The thing is, live is, it's very much just dungeon. No fun, Nick, you know? Nothing, no new quests, really. I mean, there are those quests that you have to do. They force you every update to do a streamlined quest line, and everyone has to do it before you can play with your friends. And then, after that, all you can do is play with your friends in the same zones 50 times a day. That is not my idea of a good time. Take Pape says I may make an assassin and come back. Yeah. You know? It's a thing. You could do it. I have no intentions of going back to live, really. I mean, it would take, I don't see it happening. Because for me, I don't know, I like to do the storyline stuff, and I like to be able to have characters that are just crafters if I want to. I don't like being forced to be a crafter / adventurer, and with the current state of affairs over there, you can't get past, it just level locks you if you haven't gotten your both your crafting and your adventuring up, and that's not, I don't like that. There's a lot of things about it I don't like, so just no interest whatsoever. But I have been enjoying Origins sometimes. And then, of course, I've been doing a lot of EverQuest Legends lately, and when that goes live, I will definitely be doing that over there. I would like to continue doing some on this server now and then. And maybe more often. I'm not sure. It depends. I'm still trying to decide what I think about EverQuest Legends. It's interesting. It's different. I don't know how I feel about it really. Not certain. I think that this server is much more interesting than live for many reasons, but one of them is just because the creatures at these levels are more difficult than on live, as far as going along doing the solo stuff. And I mean, the heroics are more heroic, and the non-heroics are still a little bit on the heroic side. Take Pape says it's not so easy on the eyes of Quest Legends. The combat mechanics revamp made low-level content easier on live. Yeah, the low-level content is ridiculously easy on live. And even like the high-level content, it's just, I don't know. It's just not very enticing for me. As for the graphics, I don't really care about graphics anyway, so it doesn't matter to me. In that regard, I do enjoy the look of the ogre that I made on there. It's very it makes me laugh. What have I done? The fool ran around behind it before I cast my cheap shot there. No good. They'll just turn to face you if you do that. Ah, yes, as I feared, they got the stinking owlbear on me. It's alright. I do stupid things all the time. Doesn't bother me. So, still no saplings on track, which bodes ill, and it makes me wonder if in fact the map was correct or not. I could try other locations. I really felt like this would be the right area for the saplings because, you get attacked by various kinds of treants over here, but the fact that they're saplings implies that they are young ones, and you normally find the young versions of things near the beginning of the zone. Now, the beginning of this zone is right over here at the Common Lands entrance. So you would think that that the saplings would also be near the entrance, and the place where the treants is over here is right over there, where we were at. I'm looking around over here to make sure there aren't any saplings that I somehow forgot about over here, and I'm not seeing it. I did see the evidence of the one sapling on this area here, just on the map, but not in person. We haven't found it. So I don't know. I'm not convinced. Don't know. And I don't mind just running around and seeing if there are some on track somewhere else over here. I just really don't remember there being saplings deeper in toward Myriad. I do know there are more treants all over the place here, and more like of this type, but not saplings. I don't think. I don't know. Where have all the saplings gone? That's the question. It's possible, though, that we just are in the right place, and they've got the placeholders up, and we've just been very unlucky. It's always a possibility. What have I done? Pressed the wrong button. It's fine. I'm incredibly out of practice after having been doing EQ Legends mostly. I don't know what I'm doing, but this is crazy. Stunned again. Oh, rooted actually, not stunned. Stunned is the wrong word. Snared. Not even snared, it's just rooted. And I don't think that saplings would trade places with the deadly roots, so that doesn't make sense. It seems like the regular rumble roots would be the place where they would be, right? We come over, we look around, we can find some regular ones that just say rumble roots. And here somewhere, maybe I ought to go toward them. Or some there. That feels more like it, honestly. Because I feel like I was along the path when I've run into them before. So let's head to it.
This is still staying. Well,
Yeah. Got a little lag going on here, I think.
this is right. This I said no. That's
All right, let's see. That's more regular rumble roots over here.
yes,
I should let Nina know, but I have not found him yet. Take Pape says, what's your highest level tune on this server? It is this one right here. Like I said, I've just been messing around, taking it easy. No rush. I have a couple more characters on here, but they're still low level. I think I've mostly done crafting with them, and I don't even know what level they are, to be honest. Let's see here. Ah, got my caps lock on apparently. Also can't type. It's cool. All right. Oh, dust paper hanging out right there. Venus says maybe they don't exist on this server. Well, wouldn't that be that'd be a serious problem, we'll just say that. Yeah, here's this quest, but we just don't have saplings here. Advanced alchemist, we absolutely have to have that. Let's get rid of this fungus. Get an advanced alchemist. Take capes, we'll grab a bite to eat. See you soon. Have a good meal there. Alright, no bridge here. Let's see. Where might there be some of these regular kind of grumble we're talking about there? I think I've got a spider on me, probably. Gonna just keep running. Got another one on me. So I just ran in a circle. Did not find any rumblets. There are some deadly ones over here, apparently. And regular ones right there. Let's run those off real quick. Hopefully. Or not. Maybe we just die instead. Who knows? Oh yeah, I have feigned death. Look at that. Who knew? Been a while since I was on this character, obviously. Of course I do, though. Yeah. Makes sense. Number 4, no less. Alright, let's get a little bit of health back. Yeah, I forgot all about things like escape. Man, what is all this? I got cheap shot, boy. All of the things. If only I had looked. Alright, cool. So these are all 3 rumble roots, and I don't think that they would spawn as saplings. They look like they're kind of in a trio here. Alright, we're gonna look up here. In spite of the fact that I don't remember there being rumble roots up here. I'm gonna check anyway. Seems unlikely. Got all kinds of Thixians. Wolves. I don't see it. Plenty of Kodiaks. Wasps. Ancient rumble roots. It's got all the torches marked, yeah. I'm not finding any other location for them. So surely they're not just like a rare spawn. I mean, that'd be crazy. This says right here, rumble root saplings. Now that's the same place that I've been to over and over again, and have found no such rumble root saplings. But hey, oh, well, Looks like he's logging out, so I guess I don't need to worry about it. I will run by once more, though, just to see if, in fact, we're already there now. It's kind of crazy. I didn't see any other place that they were marked on the map. And this is it, so regular rumble roots are here, but no saplings. Don't know what to say. In that case, I'm going to go ahead and call back to, let's see, I think I have it set on here. Let's call it Hinos. Yeah, that's what I want to do. We don't have build calls yet, so that's just got to be the option. Call him back, and then I'm going to throw some things in the depots. So this should call me over to Willowwood, right in front of the inn, I think. And if I can remember the name of our guild house, then I should be able to go over there and deposit some stuff. Now, probably I may have to pay the upkeep on the house because I don't know when the one who owns the house was last in. But here we are in the inn. We got a visit, and we're going to tap in VERG. There he is, Megaro. No, quick access. And yes, upkeep is in fact due. Let's pay it up for a little while. That way, if anybody else needs to get in there, they can. And I have plenty of money, I think, to do so. Looks like I've got 99 platinum on this one. So that's no big deal. Easy peasy. Alright, so we paid 12 weeks. Now, let's go in. Alright, we've got a lot of depots hanging out here. Let's go to this harvest depot and just throw everything in. And then that clears up a lot of space. Let's go ahead and sort my inventory. Looks like I'm out of food. That's a shame. Alright, we sort that, and then we've got a box here for scrolls. Let's dump those in as well. Anything we have. It looks like there's an advanced alchemist, and that's the only one that I had available. Potions, poisons, totems we'll leave alone. Collectibles, though, I'll throw stuff in, and then I'll take out just the stuff that that I can use. I'm not interested in necessarily putting it in yet. Like, I don't know that I want to scribe them. It's not even scribe them, it's study them, examine them, whatever. Don't necessarily want to do that, but I will keep them in my bags for if I want to study them. It's not too many slots taken up there anyway, so there we are. Keeping those. I don't want the lore of the behemoth, though. Now, food and drink. I could use some. Looks like we have some. What do I want to grab? Let's just take... yeah, we'll just take this basic one right here. It's a wild fizzle pop. Lasts an hour and 30 minutes. And it's a level 40 drink. It's not great, but it's acceptable. That's drink, though. I want food. Never mind. Ignore that. Let's instead go down to the crayfish casserole. I just say, do I want it? Sure, yeah, I'll get it. Increases strength and stamina, sure. All 3 gen. Why not? Let's take a stat and equip it. Alright, next we've got the Lore and Legend Depot. We can dump all that stuff in there, and that clears up a lot of room. Let's resort the bags. And then, it shows that I need the bugbear bits. I don't know if I'm on that quest yet or not. I don't seem to be. How many quest openings do I have, and do I want to take it right now? Looks like I have room for 7. Okay, I'll go ahead and accept that. We'll do it. Says this item can be used to learn the secrets of the bugbear. Do you wish to study it? Well, of course, of course. Why would I not want to, right? Okay, got those. Let's get the clockwork ocular device. I don't think that I have that quest either, but we'll go ahead and take it. Then we study it again, just to get it knocked off the list of things that we need. And then the clockwork thingamajig as well. Okay, got some droag bits here. I don't know that I'm doing droag stuff either, but hey, we can do some droag stuff. Why not? Study that. I have enough room for these quests, so I figure I may as well grab them if they get updated as I go along. That's wonderful. Got some harpy stuff there. Harpies are pretty exclusive to sinking sands type stuff. I'll go ahead and take one of each of them and study it too, I suppose. Accidentally almost studied the wooden splinter. Probably not something I want to do. Alright, we got there. So that should be everything I need. I'm gonna go back and make sure. We're gonna go here, we're gonna hide unuseful. Everything's good. Make sure everything's deposited. Alright. Now, ammo, I don't need any. House items, I don't know if I have any, but I'll throw them in here if I do. And then we got a fuel depot, I don't need that right now. And an adornment depot. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and throw my adornments that I made in there, because they're just taking up room in my bags. And I don't really care to adorn anything that I have on right now. So, let's resort, and now we have all of the room in the world. Not quite as much as I want. I wonder which of these things... Oh, yes, that's Rath's journal there. I was thinking maybe I could place something on the ground. House item style. But it's not looking like it. Maybe I don't have anything that I can put down. That's a shame. Maybe I do, though. Yes, I have this stuff. Here we go. The book down over here. And we got a trophy. I guess I shouldn't place the trophy in here, probably. You know, I will, though. Place that trophy up above this window there. Alright. Yeah, that's looking a little bit better. I like it. Sort those bags, and now we have a little bit more room. Excellent. Alright. Now, is there anything else I ought to be doing in this area? What is the question? Let's go out. I could check the broker. I guess I should, just so that I can relist everything on there, because I haven't done so. So we can come over here, right out here to this with our stockpilers. And check in the broker here. Let's go ahead and relist all of these things. Now the reality is I probably have them listed with the wrong prices for today's market, so it's probably going to be really cheap for whoever's currently playing. I don't mind though, we're just going to do it anyway. And I, again, am playing infrequently enough that, oh, that's okay, I see. It says I have to wait to use it again. I guess it lists all items even in different boxes. Tank Pig says, oh, that trade skill song. Yep. Yep, indeedy. Alright. So there we go. We've got all the stuff relisted for a period of time. Let's take off these lore and legend quests so that they're not taking up all of my room here. Oh. How interesting. Clarence rings his first go dig up a special vial of poison I hid away in case it came to this. You'll find it under a mushroom around that Nomar's Ascent. Ah, I somehow didn't notice that update. That's okay. I can head back there later on. Alright, there are things that I don't know yet. Like, I don't know if the wizard scars are working, for instance. I don't know if the druid rings are working. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the traveling looks like, just in general at this time. But let's go here and try to sell some things. Uncheck. Well, no. We want to keep that checked. We want to check hide not for sale. Sell this vial of spectral essence. And make some of this stuff not for sale. And then I won't sell that yet. Let's throw these wooden splinters away. And then it looks like everything's sorted nicely, but I'm going to do it again anyway, just in case. I don't think that I need the Twig of Relentless for anything at this point. It was for lighting those torches, and I don't know that I need it again at this point. So, just in case I do, I'm going to throw it into the bank, and we're just going to auto-bank that. Is there anything else? I could throw some of these books in there, but I might need them later. So, I won't do that yet. Now, I think I may have some of these amulets and such stacked up in here in different places. We're going to throw those in, and they can auto-bank into where they're supposed to go, hopefully. Anything else? Not really. I mean, I'm pretty okay with this amount of stuff in my bags. I almost feel like I might want to throw some more stuff on the broker, just because it can sit there instead of sitting in my bags. I won't though. I'm gonna call it good enough for the moment. And then let's see if okay. I don't think I'm going to use the spires or any of that. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use, if I can find it, should in my bags have a stone. This is it, maybe? Rolling Azure Start? Yeah, chart. I think so. Let's use that, and it should take me to Thundering Steps, right outside of Split Paw Den, I think, or maybe right inside actually Split Paw Den, and I can just click to go out of there. I believe. We'll see.
That's something, right?
Whether it would be faster to just run it, I'm uncertain. We're gonna try it this way, especially, you know, it occurs to me, they now have that station, the Griffin station at the docks. I don't know. We'll see. So yes, it takes me into Sundered Split Paw. We can go right here and click Thundering Steps. It'll pop us right outside of there, which is over toward Coldland Coast area. We're gonna go run to the Griffin station over here, making sure that I'm mentored me properly, because that would be hilarious if the Mills attacked me as I ran across. But no, looks okay. Stiletto is up. If you need Stiletto's orders, you can come and get him. But I see a shiny. Take page. Did you do any HQ quests on this tune? But of course. But of course. You know me. Questing. It's the way of the game, really. Told I have a quest for a reason, right? Yeah, I do try to do all of the HQs.
Hello.
Alright, so let's try going to Southeast Tower Station, and then we'll see if we can fly from there to the docks. I don't know if it'll let me. I'm not sure what the docks, you know, what its requirements are. I was able to go from the Antonica station to the docks one day. I know that. We'll see if we can go from the Southeast station to there as well. Alright, so here we are, and I don't see it on the list. Let's go to the Antonica station, and then we should be able to go from there to the docks. I don't know if it would be faster to just jump off like I normally would do, but I don't think so, because Griffin is insanely fast compared to running. So I'm going to assume that I can't. There's all the giants in the world. I should give you guys a view here of the lovely Thundery Steps. No, that's, what is that called? Thunderous Village? Something like that. The names of these places and things are just not coming to me. I got some of them, but some of them I just cannot recall. Take Pape says, HQ quest here used to be rough. You're talking about, the next from the past? Or which HQ quest? Heritage quest. Because there's also Stilettos, starts here. And, there's another one that's, can't think of right now.
Hello.
Oh, you know what? I just realized something. The docks station isn't in this, it's in the other one. It's in Wuoshi. How funny. Alright, so then we'll go the old-fashioned way. We're gonna jump off at this little entrance right here. That's very funny. Alright. Oh. Take Pape says journeyman boots. I don't know that I had trouble with the journeyman boots. I don't like to do the journeyman boots. It's, to me it's very boring, and if you don't hit it just right, in some of the zones, it can be difficult to finish, because you have to not only know where you're going, recognize those names, but also you have to be pretty spot on with where you jump off the griffins and things like that. Yeah, it is long and boring, I agree. It's actually maybe my least favorite heritage quest. I like quests, and I like heritage quests, but that one it's very dull. It's one that you can do at a lower level on live, and it's one that you can do at a somewhat lower level even on this server, but it's very difficult because you've got to go into some pretty high level zones to do it. And again, like I said, it can be difficult because you don't have all the fast travel and all of the run speed and all of that you do on live. And once you get up to level 50, it's a lot easier to go through that quest than it is at, say, level 20, when you can first pick it up, right? You pick it up over in Antonica, and but then you can't really run it. You can do the Antonica one, you can do the Common Lands, you can probably do the Thundering Steps and Nektulos Forest quests, but or portions of it, legs of it, but you can't finish it very yeah, I'm gonna say you probably just can't finish it, unless maybe if you're a scout you could, with using evac and things like that, but it's not my favorite. I'm gonna head over to Mars Ascent, and we're gonna go look around under a mushroom, see if we can find a vial of poison. And I just want to kind of check and see what I've got going here. So we do have the burial chamber, and I don't think that I've done very much of that. The burial chamber is right over here, right there. And it's one of those things that you go to over and over again, as I recall. It's got vampires, I think, in it, and it's instanced and all that. but I apparently haven't really done much with it. It looks like looks like I barely started it. Like I picked it up and then took it over to the falls, and then I haven't actually gone into the barrel chamber itself on this one. I got it back in November. That makes some sense because I started playing Watcher of Realms in November, and so probably, or maybe it was December. I think it was November. So I was kind of splitting my time at that point between the two. Alright, so here we are, Namar's Ascent Station. It said at the back of Namar's Ascent. Now there's some mushrooms over here surrounded by a bunch of skeletons or zombies, whatnot. Let's see if this is where we need to go. We got a dude here. He looks pretty poisoned. Dig out a special vial of poison I hid away in case it came to us. You'll find it under a mushroom around back Namar's Ascent. Now, is it one of these mushrooms, or is it a different mushroom? You know, I feel like I've asked this question before to myself. And it's apparently not. So, let's go look around at our other mushroom possibilities. We got this guy over here. Let's not run into the spite meat if we don't need to. And, nada there. Moving on. The top. So, we're going to try jumping down to the bottom here. We're going to check all of these mushrooms around here first. And then, I'm going to jump to the bottom of the Mars Ascent. Let's see if it's down there. No luck so far on any of these top ones. Looks like my internet lag has caused Twitch to need to probably be refreshed. Let's try that. Make a message here for everyone. Might need to refresh. Kind of looks like it to me. Alright. Now, I have not seen any mushrooms that were the right ones. So, I'm going to jump down here and see if we can find any like this right here. There we go. I also got better at safe fall. Excellent. Next, you're going to have to get some stomach acids from those crabs down on the beach. You're going to need a lot, too. 0 of 6, huh? Alright. Can do. I'll run to the top of the Mars Ascent, then we'll fly over to the beach and grab those crabs. But first, let's grab this, all of these lovely harvestables along the way. We've got ore, we've got stone, we've got roots. Everything you need right here on the bottom of the Mars Ascent. Slowly but surely, we gather it. I do want some of these better gathering materials. Looks like I do have a briarwood shovel. I probably have a little bit of everything here. I'm noticing that I don't have everything in these hotkeys here. I'm not sure why. I suppose it's because I currently have Hextall on. Or Hextalls in general. Regardless, let's come over to this Griffin Tower station and not worry about it too much. Sorry about all the background noise we got here. I'm in my son's comics card shop, and there's just people coming in and out at the moment, doing all the things. Now, question is, did I select the correct option here? I think I did, but not 100% certain. It's alright. I'm gonna give you guys this view so that you can be impressed with the loveliness that is Nektulos Forest. No. Big Babe says, yeah, I've done it. Cool. Alright. Almost there. So we'll be coming up on the turn to the right here in a moment. And that is the one that would take you to that citadel. It's right here. If you take that fork to the right, it would take you up there. Take Pape says, it's always a pleasure catching up. I joined your Discord so I'll know when to start streaming. Oh, cool. Thanks for the support. Here we have a Nereus Hermit, which is exactly what we need for these stomach acids. So let's get it. Alright, so it's a randomly updating one. We need 6 of them, so it will be a lot of Nereus Hermit killing that goes on here. However, should be able to take a 2 of them at once. Make the whole thing go a little faster. Now, the question is, do I need a specific kind of crab? I don't think so. I think it's going to be any of these crabs that are over here. Could be wrong. Easily. Often am. But we shall see. Coordinate that. Okay, so there's a forest sleeper hanging out. The crabs are going to be, yeah, there's one right there. And it looks like we are going to get credit for it. So, excellent. Don't think there's going to be enough crabs nearby to run him around and try to gather up some. So we'll just with that one. This is pretty good. 4 of 6. I mean, I'll take it. Coming along nicely on those updates. I expected them to update a little less often. Is that a shiny that I saw? Yes, it was. How lovely. Alright. I'm gonna go find that shiny for sure. And it looks like it says you're going to need to start causing a distraction to a number of the Nereus Dockhands to start off with. Nereus Dockhands. Okay, that'll be over this direction, I think. But let's see. Let's just write it in here. But I was going the right direction regardless. Alright. It's not in front of them. Turns out. Alright, there we are. 1 of 12. That bodes ill, doesn't it? Head this way. We're probably gonna have to clear the whole encampments just to get them to spawn Dockhands, most likely. But I'm gonna go check for the ones that are available right now first. Got a few on here. 4 at the moment. Alright, next we're going to head to this next little encampment. No one is here, I notice. No good. Alright, may as well knock off the other guys while I'm here. I don't know if the Dockhands can spawn in their spots or not, but may as well give it a try. I know there's some names that can spawn over in some of these. I don't think that it's this one, but maybe. Looks like I missed this guy standing over here, minding his own business. Oh, or maybe they just repopped that quickly. But surely I didn't miss this guy as well. Let's get this serum while we're here. If only I could click buttons properly, it would be amazing. Oh yeah, right. Not behind him. I think, well, let me just look and see. Okay, so that is a place where you can maybe get somebody to spawn. Spawns in the southernmost camp on the beach. It's part of the EverQuest 6 from Freeport, but which one, I wonder? Interesting. Okay, that's the pirate captain. I don't really want to kill him, because somebody might need him to advise stuff. So let's just kill this guy up here.
Well, yeah.
Got all these random pirates standing here and there. But we'll head over toward the southern encampment over here. At this point, we have 5 of the 12 that we need. Not exactly flying along with it. Flask of stale water is some of those things that you can feed to the carnivorous plant. I wish I could remember what the other little guy was called. He's like a badger, but I can't remember what they're called. It comes along later. It almost came to me. I quite get this. Probably would have to kill that pirate captain before anything else would spawn there. Nothing else seems to be up here yet. Yeah, we've got some random pirates hanging around. Let's get them while we're in the area. May as well. I don't know that the dockhens spawn out in this part of the beach, but I'm not sure. They might. Apparently missed a scoundrel over here, or he repopped and the rest of his friends have not yet. Ah, definitely was the second option. Now we have a Nereus Scallywag. He's also an EA guy, but I'm gonna just kill him. going to eventually have to kill that pirate captain as well. Nobody comes along pretty soon for him.
Okay, maybe a few. There's enough. Oh, I missed one.
There he stands, preventing his compatriots from spawning. It's kind of weird, isn't it? You'd think the pirate captain would have plenty of people spawning in around him, right? Why would he be the placeholder for, like, all of his mates?
Never district.
Kind of weird.
Whatever district the winner.
Alright, I think they've had their opportunity at this point. So I'm out of pirates to kill otherwise, so. Okay, let's see if anybody else has spawned over here yet. Probably not. Doesn't look like it.
No, it's whatever district they're in, the number and that. Yeah, you can see the number of the contract.
Plenty of Nereus crabs hanging around though. Need any of those. They're up. Nothing there. Hopefully we'll have 7 spawn in this next grouping of them. All dog hands all the time.
One of that features has the thing. Yeah.
Looks like it is 5:23 p.m. here, so I won't have too much longer before I have to run. Maybe this might be the last repop of that. There's another pirate captain. I guess I will leave him up because there's another pirate. My goodness, they're everywhere. There's more captains than there are workers. Pretty particular type. So I wouldn't get that one too. We're done. Ah, I was attacking that too. I forgot I was attacking. It's like, oh, he's just standing there. No, it's actually not. So the good news is I have half of the guys that I needed there. And that's going to have to be good enough for the moon, I think, because it's 5:25. I'm going to have to get some supper and, I don't know, maybe, possibly, maybe I'll be back, maybe I won't, I don't know. There's a magic tournament starting here pretty soon, and I may not, if I'm back, it may be late, we'll say that. But I think I'm going to go ahead and get some food and things of that nature and call it on here for now. It was a pleasure streaming with all of you, and hopefully I'll see you again later. If you're not following me, be sure to follow me and turn on notifications so that you can see the next time that I go live. And also, yeah, check out the Discord channel and, join up on there and chat me up sometime. All right, I'm going to take off. I will see all of